remove cover, and we will pray.
If y'all join me in prayer. Dear Heavenly Lord, we come to you today just thankful, Lord. Thankful for the blessings you bestow on us. Thankful for the opportunities we have to be here in this barn today. Thankful for our health. Thankful for our safe passage to the show. We ask for safe passage as we leave. Lord, we ask that you put our minds in the right place this morning, and that right place is supporting our youth. It's truly not about banners and buckles. It's about the life lessons that our kids are learning, and we just hope you put that on our hearts. Lord, we pray for our fighting men and women that provide us the freedoms and protection as Americans that we have. We pray for those in Ukraine. We just ask, Lord, that you bless this land and heal this land and make us whole again. All these things we ask in your name. Amen.
Amen. If you will please keep standing, we will now have our national anthem by Adelie Updegraff from the Corsicana FFA.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Yes, ma'am. Well done. We will now go on to our 4-H pledge by Riley Clenard of the Milam County 4-H.
To make the best better, I pledge my head to clearer thinking, my heart to greater loyalty, my hands to larger service, and my health for better living, for my club, my community, my country, and my world.
Excellent. Thank you, Riley. And now we will have our FFA motto by the Miss Bailey Walker of the Catula FFA.
Hello and good morning. My name is Bailey Walker.
FFA. If you would like to show your pig, it should be in the holding pen. Exhibitors, just a reminder, please bring your certified Texas bred paperwork to the show ring. Without that paperwork, we will escort your animal down the alley. Please bring your paperwork to the show ring. Just a reminder, placings first through third automatically get pictures with the Rodeo Austin backdrop. First through third automatically get pictures taken. If you would like your picture taken, please let the staff in the alley know so you don't miss out on a chance to get your picture taken. It is up to you to tell those individuals that you would like a picture. First through third automatic, everyone else is your choice. Continuing from yesterday, our judge is Jeremy Cantrell. Jeremy started his path at Eastern Oklahoma State College for 2 years on a livestock judging and academic scholarship. While at Eastern, he was named Outstanding Student in the Division of Ag. He finished his bachelor's and master's at Oklahoma State University, where he was a member of the livestock judging team that was named the national champions in 2001, winning both Kansas City and Louisville. Jeremy continues his judging career over the last 20 years, sorting shows across the country. So far, he has been to 19 states and judged shows such as the World Pork Expo, the Expedition of California, Indiana, Illinois, Wisconsin, Arkansas, Ohio, Iowa, Nebraska, New Mexico, and the Louisiana state. He is married to his wife Kelsey, and they have 4 kids, JC, Evie Rue, Riker, and Maddox Creed. Jeremy currently works for Magellan Midstream Pipeline and as an area supervisor. The Cantrells live in Perkins, Oklahoma, where they also run a show pig business and spend lots of time, family time in the barn. Let's give Jeremy Cantrell a round of applause for taking time out of his day to judge our wonderful pigs.
Well, good morning, and obviously it's great to be back. I hope you folks are as excited as I am. We're starting off with an awesome class, guys. I hope you're ready. I hope my coffee's kicked in, and I'm ready to get to work. We've got a lot of really nice hogs that are left out here in the ring that just had a few things, a few places that kept them from grabbing a pin. I've got a bear here that just needs to be bulked up and masked up. The next pig in would have been this predominantly white bear here. That's a very muscular hog that's tall-fronted and short-bodied. Jams up just a little bit on each end of his body, gets just a little outside himself. Rump design maybe reads just a little rounder. Got a couple here that just need a little bit more meat and muscle to them. So still some really nice hogs for these young people. Let's put our hands together for these kids as they're exited in the ring.
At this time, first call, Class 22 to the show ring. Class 23, first call to the show ring. Class 23, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 23, second call to the show ring. Class 23, your third and final call to the show ring. Class 23, third and final call to the show ring.
If you have bias in this class, if you have a loved one, if you have a connection in this drive, I'm certain that 1 through 6, you probably felt that they needed to win this class, and quite frankly, we could probably justify it. Folks, there's not just an absolute way that these hogs have to go. There's up and down, there's give and take. There's a lot of cussing and discussing going on inside my head on how it needs to go. Lots of variation, lots of things to sort through, and just not that clear-cut way that things need to line up. I continue going back to a Barrow that just reads the densest in his skeleton, the most comfortable on each end of his body. He reads the youngest and freshest in his profile and design, realizing that I need to beef him up just a fraction up high, gets just a little plainer backed and plainer bladed, and maybe just flirts just a fraction as you get in behind him on where his hock sets into him. But he's so rugged, he's so stout, he's so square in terms of his foot size and foot placement. He was just the one that I continue to go back to. And on the other opposite end of the spectrum, we've got a real power hog. Man, this thing is packing some heat when you get in behind him. He is a monster up high in terms of back and blade. At the same time, this is one that reads just a little rounder hipped, and I'd like to change him right there in his ham loin hook up and maybe just open him up through the center part of his rib and body. But he's a flexible hog that's got a good look with meat and muscle. That's the reason he continued to work up in this particular drive. And I thought the his height, the shoulder, and just his endurance was a fraction better than the barrel that comes out next. I didn't read this one quite as stout in his rear leg bone. And then as he starts to open his mouth and bind up, this is one that maybe gets just a little bit out of whack and out of balance, reads just a little bit meatier right there through his throat and upper crest. But in terms of just a wide-based, square muscle hog, man, that one does it really well. He was just better looking than the barrel that comes out next. And this is one that I like his proportionality. I like his height of shoulder in relation to his body length. At the same time, this is one that reads just a little bit more mature through the front third of his body. Didn't read him as long about his hip. Didn't see him as stout in his rear leg bone or foot. But in terms of flexibility and just looseness and comfort, man, that thing has got it. And he's got plenty of muscle to go along with those things. It was just a little bit of a maturity factor, a little bit more meat right there through his neck that went ahead and got him placed. Wasn't as stout there at the ground. I thought he was sounder and more descript than the barrel that came out next. And this is another one that is a very elevated barrel that has some unique parts and pieces, and maybe that's the way to describe it. It gets just a little bit piecier, a little rounder in terms of his top shape, a little more refined as he start to work him towards the ground. Just didn't seem as square in his build, didn't seem quite as fresh and youthful as a couple that was right above him. Immaculate hair and skin with the blue barrel that comes out next. Young lady's done a tremendous job of getting this one presented and prepared. At the same time, this is another one that gets just a little rounder and steeper about his hip design, a little more bubbly in terms of his muscle pattern when you get in behind him. And I didn't see quite the proportionality in that bear as he studied him from the side. A little deeper tying in his neck and just not quite the profile and presence that we had in a couple of them others. This bear's close. Told this young lady, man, if we could just change him just a fraction out of his hip and hind leg, we could really run this rascal up because he's got structure and foot and width and power. Just didn't quite have the hip and hind leg to move any higher today. Really a bottom end drive that is very, very nice. Tall shouldered, lean made bear that gets just a little flatter and tighter. The remaining three hogs are hogs that still have a lot of good and a lot of value. Maybe just want to bind up just a little bit more as you put them in motion. A great way to start the morning. I hope you folks are as excited as I am. Let's congratulate these kids as they head back to their pens.
Your results from Class 22, first place, Wesson Meadows. Animal was bred by Josh Jordan. Second place, Cash Harsh, bred by Fisher Show Pigs. Third place, Cody Robles Jr., bred by C&P Livestock. Fourth place, Taylor Moore, bred by Rains Livestock. Fifth place, Clayton Powell, bred by Vice Genetics. Sixth place, Emma Ayers, bred by Cornerstone Ventures. Seventh place, Holly Alderson, bred by Tosh Show Pigs. Eighth place, Kenna Scram, bred by Clayton Scram. Ninth place, Katie Littlejohn, bred by Fishbacher Show Pigs. 10th place, Creed Jordan, bred by Josh Jordan. Attention in the barn. There is to be no ointments, oils, powders, etc., except for water as that animal comes across the scales. There is not to be any other kind of material other than water as that pig comes across the scales. Class 24, at this time, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 24, first call to the show ring. Just a reminder, exhibitors, please bring your certified Texas bred breeder's paperwork to the show ring.
Another nice class that we're working through here in the Light Cross Division. And several of these are again, so close. A good-looking one here that just wants to close in underneath. Like to just open that guy up and maybe even just stouten him up. But man, the pattern of that guy is right on. I've got a pair of them here that maybe get just a little bit rounder and shorter about her hip and get just a little bit more outside himself. Got a pair of really productive made, big-bodied, robust hogs that, again, get just a little bit rounder in their design, a little more outside himself, maybe struggle just a little bit structurally as you start to watch them on the move. Got a skinnier one there that just needs to be beefed up a little. So, again, some still really nice hogs that just have a thing or two that kept them from grabbing a pin. Folks, let's congratulate these kids as they exit the ring.
Class 24, second call to the show ring. Class 24, this is your second call to the show ring, please. Class 24, this is your third and final call to the show ring.
Another interesting class that, again, creates challenges and maybe just not a logic involved with how each of these pairs need to go. But I do feel the most comfortable with the predominantly white bear. That one reads the most comfortable on each end of his body. And then he brings that comfort with some bone and structure and squareness and width, some genuine fresh shape up high, a good square hip, a good square hind leg, and then gives you a decent kind of a look as you study them there from the side. So again, that one is the one that just was the most bulletproof as we started to compare against his contemporaries. Now, if you just want to jump out on that limb and get just a little bit risky and flirt with those lines a little bit, we probably want to land on the Barrow in second. The hog in second obviously pushes several of those limits extremely far in terms of bone, width, muscle mass. Unfortunately, he's paying just a little bit of the price to go ahead and get that extra bulk and mass, starting to break down just a fraction in terms of his skeleton and comfort, not as enduring, not as good in terms of the angles to his skeleton, but in terms of just those heavy-hitting pieces in terms of structure and width and mass, that rascal has got it, and he's got it with some feature. That's ultimately what allowed him to go over the Barrow in 3. There was just more of that Barrow as we got into the hog in 3. The hog in 3 is safer. I think we can all agree on that. He's taller fronted. He's later maturing. He gives you more extension on each end of his body. At the same time, you start to study that guy at the arena surface, and you work your way up. This one, of the initial trio of Barrows, he's the smallest in his foot size. He's the most fragile in his forearm, and he's the one that I question, is there just enough true muscle as you get in on top of this Barrow? But in terms of just a good built, good designed, late maturing Barrow, man, I like that one a good deal. And it was because of his flexibility and his pattern is what allowed him to go over the Barrow in 4. The hog in 4 probably reached just a little bit stouter right there at the arena surface. At the same time, I didn't see that guy as square. I didn't see him as together from the profile. He's a little chunkier fronted, a little rounder hipped, maybe just doesn't leave you quite as impressive as you get in behind him. But I still thought that his body shape and just his freshness and height of shoulder was a fraction better as we got into the young man's Barrow that comes next. This guy came out of the sea and, man, worked his way up. I'm proud of him for that. I'm proud of him for continuing to work and not give up. That's a good testament to life. This guy is a good hog. I missed him after my initial sort. I didn't know if he balanced enough. I didn't know if his hind leg was good enough. But in this respective drive, I think those two things are acceptable. Big limbs, big back, and that's what allows him to get so far up in the class. He does want to fall apart just a little bit unbalanced, a little lower shouldered, a little rounder hipped, and that's what initially got him placed. The young lady that comes out next has got just a really solid Barrow that just needs to be cracked open underneath. I need to change him off of his front toes. The blue Barrow that comes out next is one of the more extreme hogs in this particular drive. Probably the widest, the thickest. At the same time, he's also the shortest, and he's the tightest in terms of his movement. As we let the remaining hogs go, these are still very good animals for these young people. An awesome class to get into the light division. Congratulations to them all.
Your results from Class 23. First place, Matthew Farmer, Spencer Collier, Show Pigs. Second place, Reagan Slough, bred by Underdog Genetics. Third place, Jessa Battle, bred by Rival Genetics. Fourth place, Jolie Hodgen, bred by Thomas Show Pigs. Fifth place, Caden Cox, bred by Brockman Farms. Sixth place, Emma Schladower, bred by Clarence Schmidt. Schladayer, excuse me, bred by Clarence Schmidt. Seventh place, Ransley Bates, bred by Garrett Livestock. Eighth place, Steely Baggs, bred by Franco, what'd you say? Frank Owiak, Show Pigs. Ninth place, Michaela Diaz, bred by Young Livestock. And 10th place, Addison French, bred by Seiko Land and Livestock. My apologies, it's Frankowiak, Show Pigs. Class 25, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 25, first call to the show ring.
Water got just a little deeper in this particular drive, and I think that's a testament to what we're seeing here in the ring right now. There's still some really, really good pigs in here. There's just a place or two from grabbing a pin. I've got a pair of them here that have some muscle, have some look, maybe get just a little bit wider as you step in behind them. I've got a pair right here that this is a young bear that looks just to be a little rounder on each end of his body. He's another one that gets outside himself. A big scaled hog here that wants to round out of his hip and just narrow as you study him there underneath. A real well prepared hog here that's got a good fresh back laid into him. I guess just a little shorter and bunchier hipped. Maybe just doesn't handle his hind leg quite as good. Again, so many nice pigs in here that just are a fraction away from going ahead and grabbing a pin. So folks, if you would, let's put our hands together for these young people as they head back to their pens.
Class 25. This is your second call to the show ring. Class 25, second call to the show ring. Class 25, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 25, third and final call to the show ring.
Like I mentioned, the waters got just a little deeper in this particular drive. An incredible class, an incredible top end that we're just splitting hairs to find a logical placing on. I do feel the most comfortable with this pair of Barrows. I think these are the young-looking ones that have extension on each end of their body. They're cleaner crested. They're more sturdy in terms of their general build. And then they've got some stuff when you get up on top of them. And between the two, there's some back and forth. It's really a matter of, do you want the back end of the barrel that has a little better transition and ham loin and a little square hip, or do you want the cool looking unique one that probably wants to pinch and bind just a little bit in terms of his hip? So it's a really close call, and I guess the longer I study, the more I just go back to finding the squarest, the truest, and the most right in terms of hip design. Young man there on the far side is going to win your class. Congratulations to him. Now, his head and skull isn't as fun to look at as the barrel in second. I absolutely love the ring presence of this guy. He is so long from his shoulders forward, and he still has some feature about his face and neckline. He's a big arm bearer that's got a lot of natural shape when you get in behind him. I didn't read him quite as functional in the way that he handled his hip. I thought that he got just a little bit more wound up right there in his ham loin hookup. Maybe just didn't quite level his back line quite as good as what our class winner did, but I certainly prefer that type of presence, that type of neck, especially at this particular weight very intriguing, very unique kind of a barrel to be standing in that second hole. And it was because of that extension, because of that youthfulness is what allowed him to go over the Barrow in 3. The Barrow in 3 probably is a notch taller shouldered, probably keeps his top line a little bit more in check as you study him there from the side profile. But in relation to the first and second barrows, I didn't see this one quite as clean. Right there through his crest, got just a little meteor right there on the top part of his pole, maybe reached just a little bit more mature. And even though I say that, his face gets just a little slicker, his blade gets just a little flatter, I just didn't see quite that extra in him as we got into that 1 and 2 hole. But his soundness, his squareness at the arena surface is what allowed him to stay in the top part of the drive. Love so much about the Barrow in 4th. He is a heavy-legged, shaggy-legged, big-footed, square-toed barrow that got just a little bit shorter on each end of his body. As I tried to push him even further up in the class, I just didn't see his hip length as long. I didn't see his step as long. And then as I studied the front part of his body, he got just a little shorter about his face, a little crestier right there on the top part of his pole, and that just didn't help him in terms of his profile. But man, his bones are big, his back is big, and he's a very sure and secure footed barrow as you study him there at the arena surface. And it was because of his structure, his body, his back. It's what allowed him to go over the young lady that comes out next. And this is just a very practical made barrow that's sound, that's flexible, that's good-bodied. I just didn't see him as rugged at the ground. I didn't see him as stout in his feature. I didn't see him as square in terms of his upper body. But in terms of body shape and just volume of body, man, that thing has got it all. A very good barrow that was driven exceptionally well. The young lady that comes out next has got another one that's big-scaled and late maturing. I didn't see him as stout in his rear leg bone. Got just a little bit more of a shuffle step as you study him up front. Wants to play out there in his upper body. Just didn't quite have the meat and muscle, didn't quite have the bone work to go ahead and move any higher today. A cool looking one that comes out next. Gets just a little bit slicker in his jaw, a little meatier on the top part of his pole. More than anything, I need to change his hip design. It reads a little shorter and rounder. Wants to tuck and duck as you study him there going away. A nice blue barrow that just needs to be cracked open and stouter. 8, 9, and 10 are still very quality hogs. Run into a few more problems structurally as you start to set them on the move. Great class. Really, really good there at the top. Congratulations to them all.
Your results from Class 24, first place, Preston Lipham from Byers Farms. Second place, Rylan Brashear, animal bred by Brockman Farms. Third place, Georgia Witt, animal bred by Berger Farms. Fourth place, Cale Underwood, animal bred by Brockman Farms. Fifth place, Haley Pumpa, animal bred by Alderson Farms. Sixth place, Mackenzie Hayes, animal bred by Lindner Show Pigs. Seventh place, Hattie Tyson, animal bred by Cornerstone Ventures. Eighth place, Abigail Laverne, animal bred by It Works Genetics. Ninth place, Katie Willenborg, animal bred by Shannon Barbie Show Pigs. And 10th place, Kenley Wilson, animal bred by Lackey Livestock. Class 26, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 26, first call to the show ring.
Another outstanding class, and you can see it here. Again, so many of these are just so close. A big backed, heavy-legged bear here that gets just a little shorter and quicker in his step and hip. Got a really nice white bear here that wants to coals up and cave. Another one here that's good looking from the side that just runs out of gas as you study him underneath and going away. A real well-presented hog here that wants to get just a little more fragile in terms of bone, just not as stout as a couple of those that's grabbed a pin. Feet and legs, bone, and just natural width is what sorted this particular class. Really excited to get these upper ends at. But before we do, let's give these kids that are exiting the ring a big round of applause.
Class 26, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 26, second call to the show ring.
This class comes like a bag of Skittles. We've got a different color, a different type, a different kind, and you, however you want to see it, and whatever angle you want to look at it at, that's probably going to be the part or the piece that's going to allow you to use that particular pig for class winner. It's tough, and man, it's close and back and forth, and a very challenging class from my point of view. I've had this bear from 5th to 1st, and obviously we landed on using him, and the reason he wins is because he is the burliest, he is the stoutest, he's the biggest in his arm, and feature. And then the longer this drive goes on, the more comfortable that he becomes. I wish he'd grab a gear and get with it and go, but he does have a good bend, a good set to his hind leg. He's got big old fat strong toes up front, a big skull, a sharp back, the right type of proportionality as you study him there from the side. Not perfect coming or going in terms of just this true squareness. Maybe like to open him up right there through his forerib, but I do think that that's the logical, stout, good-built, tall-shouldered bear that is the most proportional as you study him there from the side. A very interesting, very challenging class, but still yet a very quality kind of a barrow to go ahead and win. I thought I could run with this one after my initial sword. He's just too refined. I need to stouten him in his jawline. He, too, wants to get just a little bit flatter in terms of his body make. And then in relation to our class winner, I didn't see the angles to his skeleton as good. He's a little posterior-legged, a little straighter and stiffer moving, but I still like his design. I like his height of shoulder and his squareness of muscle. Nice kind of a barrel to be standing in that second hole. There is more width and body shape and power when you get in behind the barrel in third. And really from the shoulders back, this thing is as good as it gets. If we could just change the front two off of this guy, man, he's our class winner walking away. In this particular drive, I just didn't see his front foot strong enough. He wants to paddle out of it just a little more than what I deem ideal. But ultimate in terms of hair and skin and presentation, young lady's doing an awesome job of getting that one driven. The Hog 4 is another one that is just a very meat, muscle-oriented hog that has a lot of thickness when you get in behind him. Reed's just a little rounder, a little more bubbly as you study him there. Wants to drop off out of his hip. Gets just a little plainer fronted as you study him up there. But still yet a good functional kind of a barrel that just didn't quite have the squareness, didn't quite have the feature to go ahead and move any higher. I did think that he was just sounder moving and more powerful as we got into the predominantly white bear that comes next. Now this one is taller fronted and shorter bodied. At the same time, I just didn't see his hind leg working as well. He too wants to get just a little more meatier there through his neck and jawline. A good solid blue barrel that comes out next that gets just a little shorter hipped and straighter moving. Didn't see quite the coordination off of his rear too for him to move any higher. A good solid blue barrel that wants to jam up through his head neck. He wants to narrow as you study him coming right at you, but he's good up high. As we let the remaining hogs go, these are still very good animals in their own right. A really wide-bodied one that comes out next that just needs to be sounder. A good barrow here that wants to get just a little bit too wide as you study him there going away and land on a pair of hogs that they too just need to be a little different as he set them in motion. A fun class, a very challenging class from me. Congratulations to them all.
Your results from Class 25, first place, Mason Albus, animal bred by Brockman Farms. My apologies. First place, Mason Albus, Whiteface FFA, animal bred by Brockman Farms. Second place, Archer Albrock, Wildorado FFA, animal bred by IDK Genetics. Third place, Taylor West from the Sinton FFA, animal bred by Lindner Show Pigs. Fourth place, Leah Pfeiffer of Academy FFA, animal bred by Wintex Farms. Fifth place, Macy Wilson of the Midland County 4-H, animal bred by Brockman Farms. Sixth place, Shane Parks of the Galveston County 4-H, animal bred by Lackey Livestock. Seventh place, Brooklyn Skaggs of the Oldham County 4-H, animal bred by Fishbacher Show Pigs. Eighth place, Jenna Green of Iowa Park FFA, animal bred by Cornerstone Ventures. Ninth place, Healy Blunt of Yoakum County 4-H, animal bred by Blunt Boys Show Pigs. 10th place, Larson Allen of the Jim Ned FFA, animal bred by Allen Farms. Attention in the barn. We will be taking a lunch break at the conclusion of Class 31. We will be taking a 30-minute lunch break at the conclusion of Class 31, which will take us through the 250-pound dark crosses. Again, lunch break at the conclusion of Class 31. Class 27, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 27, first call to the show ring.
Got some really close calls. Young ladies, heavy-legged one would be the next one to go grab the scales. Gets just a little flatter up high and wants to round just a little bit when you get in behind them. A real power hog with the young ladies. Blueberry here gets just a little postier-legged and shorter hipped. Got a nice pair of greener-made ones that gets just a little skinnier through their mid-body and their upper skeleton. So, again, some really nice pigs out here. They're just a place or two from grabbing a pin. Let's congratulate them as they're exiting their pen.
Class 27, this is your second call to the show ring. 27, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 27, this is your third and final call to the show ring. 27, third and final call to the show ring.
An incredible class and an incredible trio of hogs to lead this particular drive. And we've got a dogfight here between 1 and 2, and quite frankly, it's a little closer than what I thought it might have been after my initial sort, and I'll describe and tell you the reasons why I'm saying that. Our class winner is longer hipped, longer striding, more athletic, and not as stout. The barrel that's going to end up being second is just an absolute baby gorilla when you start to study the foot size, the front arm, the rear leg structure, and just the general boldness underneath that this particular hog has. He's shorter hipped, he's shorter striding, and maybe gets just a little bunchier necked and just doesn't read as descript up high. So those are the two differences that I see. The young man's barrel is going to win the drive. Congratulations. Study this pair in motion. Longer hipped, more athletic, uses his hind leg with more bend and bounce as you study him going across the ring. He is not as stout in his skull. He's not as stout in his front arm and foot. As I compare, probably even isn't as round in his center body, but he does have more up high. I see a more genuine turn there on the backside of his blade. I think he is more descript in terms of his shape. Very, very close call. The barrel went second. Obviously, you start that rascal at the ground and you just fall in love. Incredible foot and toe spread. Really a stout ankle laid in that guy. A monster hind leg with a big fat skull that's laid into him. I didn't see him quite as long, quite as loose in his hip. I didn't see him quite as coordinated in the way that he handled his rear two. Got just a little bit of a shuffle step on him, and then you get on top of him. Reads to be just a fraction plainer there on the backside of his blade. But, man, that is awfully critical of a very unique Barrow to be standing in that second hole. Awesome job on getting that pair of hogs driven. Young ladies, Barrow in 3 is one area away from being an absolute man-child. I love his skull. I love his jawline. I love the presence that he gives you from the side. He's so good when he turns and comes right at you. You step in behind him and we run into a few more question marks. He's so wide pinned. He wants to just get his hawk there on the outside of his body wall ever so slightly. But, man, you bring him in there and it's a whole new ball game because the front 2/3 of that rascal is as good as anything we've seen in the past 2 days. Just gets his hawk just a fraction too wide. The hog in 4 is another one that has a good look in terms of skull and symmetry, a little crestier necked, a little deeper tying in his neck, but in terms of shortness of body in relation to height, I like that type of silhouette, just not quite the profile and presence that we had in 1 through 4, maybe not quite as stout in terms of bone. I did think that he was just a little denser made than the hog that comes out next. This is a big-scaled, a long, extended Barrow that I like the length on each end of his body. A little slicker jawed, a little more refined, just not the feature that we had towards the top of the drive. I'd need to open this Barrow that comes out of the gate up next. A little narrower gauged, a little flatter bodied. The hog that drops out next is another one that gives you a good look in terms of hair and skin and freshness. Another one that just kind of caves and falls as you start to study that one underneath. As we let the remaining hogs go, maybe read just a little bit more fragile and refined. Didn't quite see the flexibility in that the bottom 2 hogs as you start to put them in motion. Really a fun class, an awesome trio of hogs to sort through at the top. My compliments to all these kids as they head back to their pens.
Your results from Class 26, first place, Heaton Woodson of the Montgomery County 4-H, animal bred by McKinley Show Pigs. Second place, Ashlyn Powell from Grady FFA, animal bred by The Stud. Third place, Landry Ottmers of Fredericksburg FFA, animal bred by Lidner Show Pigs. Fourth place, Kirsten Green, Oldham County 4-H, animal bred by Fishbacher Show Pigs. Fifth place, Cannon Buckner of Ropes FFA, animal bred by Third Day Genetics. Sixth place, Brayson Dill of the Wellman Union FFA, animal bred by Brockman Farms. Seventh place, Ethan Stewart of Wall FFA. Animal bred by Weisham Brothers Show Pigs. Eighth place, Lorelei Cessna of the East Bernard FFA, animal bred by Wintex Farms. Ninth place, Megan Long of the Van Alstyne FFA, animal bred by Schnicker Family Farms. 10th place, Collier Miller of the Panhandle FFA, animal bred by Schnicker Family Farms. Attention in the barn. There are 2 vehicles near the loadout blocking the manure dumpster. If you would please move your vehicles so we can get those dumpsters unloaded. 2 vehicles by the loadout. Please move your vehicles. At this time, if we can have our first and seconds from classes 22 through 26 start making their way back to the show ring. First and seconds from class 22 to 26 start making their way to the show ring, please.
Another awesome class that we're about to have the chance to evaluate. The young man in blue would be the next one to go grab a pen. So good looking and very well prepared. Just reads just a little fragile in terms of his bone and feature. Gets just a little bit more swivelly as you study him there off his rear too. Got a good scaled one here that gets just a little skinny underneath. A nice pair of hogs that again have great hair and skin, but maybe just not as comfortable off of their hind two that we have. Go ahead and stash back. If we got a red belted hog that just needs just a little bit more profile, needs to have a little bit more of a squareness of hip, and a big power hog, a big ended hog here that gets just a little rounder in terms of his overall pattern. So still some good hogs here that again, let's congratulate these kiddos as they head back to their pens.
If I can get the first and seconds from class 26, Heaton Woodson, Ashlyn Poe, please head to the show ring, please. First and second from class 26, head to the show ring, please. Mason Albus, Whiteface FFA, please bring your first place pig from class 25 to the show ring.
I prefer the presence, skull, and jawline and cleanness of crest of my class winner a fraction more. That's you, young lady. You're going to have our class winner. Congratulations. Love just the silhouette and the seamless build and proportionality that this bear has. So attractive and clean and youthful through the front third of his body. Immaculate in terms of comfort level and feet and legs. Just an absolute show hog as you study that one from the side. Plenty when you get in behind him and study that bear coming right at you. He's not the most extreme when you get up on top of him, but I think everything matches and blends and everything goes together extremely well. Just a really nice, high-quality, elite show bear to go ahead and lead this drive off with. Now, folks, there is more stuff. When you get into the Barrow in second. He's bigger up high. He's thicker when you get in behind him. But as I step off from the side of him, I didn't read him as good in terms of his length of stride. I didn't see him as fancy through the front third of his body. He gets just a little bit different in the way that his neck ties into his body. I didn't like his skull quite as well as you study him up front. Maybe not quite as true. Chest knee to ground as he turns and comes right at you. But man, his upper skeleton and his hip and just rump thickness was absolute spot on. And it was because of that extra power is what allowed him to go over the Barrow in 3. The hog in 3, young lady, I apologize. I missed him off of my initial sort. I thought he was a little shuffle stepping as I studied him there in the back, but he gets out here and he moves plenty good. He's not perfect, obviously, but I still love his bone. I love his upper skeleton. He's so square in his upper blade. He's got a good, genuine roll through his loin. I thought that his bone and back and just his build from the side is what allowed him to continue to work up in the class. Ultimately, that's what got him. He was a little short striding off his rear tube, wanted to narrow and hawk to ground as he got in behind him. I still thought that there was just more meat animal shape in him as we got into the Barrow coming next. This is a good hog. He's tall-shouldered. He's level designed. He's got a good levelness, a hip laid into him. Watch this guy come and go, and this is where we run into a few more problems. I didn't see him quite as genuine right there in his twist. As I just get in behind him, he just narrows, hip hawk to ground. I just need to explode him, power him up just a fraction more as you start to study him there. Another very solid, all day, every day, good kind of a barrel that comes out next. A little plainer fronted, a little more vanilla in terms of bone and feature, just not the ESTs that we have towards the top of the drive. A real interesting blue barrel that comes out next, and this is another one that it just checks the boxes. I just didn't quite have enough wow factor as he studied him from the side. Got just a little different in the way that he handled his rear tube. The blue-faced hog comes out next, and this is another that gets just a little bit different off of her hip and hind leg. Not as coordinated, maybe not as attractive as those that are right ahead of him. We've got a pair of blues that are very attractive, very neat marked. A real power hog here that gets just a little tighter, a little rounder and shorter. A nice solid one here that gets just a little tight off of his rear tube. Same could be said about the young lady that wraps up the class. Just needs to open up, going away, needs to utilize his hind leg a little better. Awesome class all the way through. My compliments to these kids as they head back.
Class 28, dark crosses. This is your first call to the show ring. Class 28, first call to the show ring. At this time, we will move into our champion drive for the lightweight or light crossbreds, coming from class 22, Wesson Meadows, Lubbock Cooper, FFA. From class 23, Matthew Farmer, Colorado, FFA. From class 24, Preston Lipham, Stonewall County, 4-H. Class 25, Mason Albus, Whiteface FFA. Class 26, Heaton Woodson, Montgomery County 4-H. And from Class 27, Reese Sagebill, Fredericksburg FFA. Class 28 is your second call to the show ring.
Folks, if you would, put your hands together for an outstanding champion drive. Getting out of those classes was a huge accomplishment. I hope these young people are aware and kind of soak in this moment. This is a huge accomplishment. It's not easy getting out of classes in Texas, in Oklahoma. These classes just continue to get tougher. It feels that the shows continue to get tougher. People are figuring it out. It's a very, very big deal to have the chance to show at a champion drive. There is two or three that just maybe surface a little faster for me. They get into my wheelhouse a little quicker. Guys, I'm not trying to reinvent the wheel. I'm just trying to use good livestock that are built correctly and are not common. I'm looking for unique ones. I'm looking for things that are hard to do and hard to make, but I'm not going to sacrifice a good skeleton and a good balanced build to get those extremities. So I do think there is one out here that is just the epitome of a good-built, square-made show bearer that's got width, shape, muscle, freshness, youthfulness. Young man here in pink's going to have champion. Congratulations.
Your champion-like crossbred comes from Class 26, Heaton Woodson, Montgomery County 4-H, animal bred by McKinley Show Pigs. Now entering the ring is Ashlyn Poe, Grady FFA.
Thought that champion just checked the boxes, maybe not extreme in any one area other than just extremely good and extremely nice. Just one of those that we all hope to have in our barn every season because he's never going to go out of style. He's just kind of a timeless kind of a hog that I hope will continue to be a good kind of a show pig. I think it gets just a little closer out here. We drop the Barrow in second out, and I think he becomes an immediate player. His feature and bone alone making him a special animal, and then you couple that with a good proportioned look. Like I mentioned in class, he probably wasn't as tricked out in the upper part of his skeleton, maybe fighting a little bit of a gland issue, and that throws him off just a fraction. Doesn't bother me a great deal, but obviously it's something to point out. I think it gets awfully close between him, the young man here to my left with the black nose bear. He came out of a really tough class and a close call. You know, like we talked him in that class, you know, his hip and hind leg, his upper skeleton is spot on. Is his face just manly enough? Is his neck just neat enough in the way that it comes into his blade? You know, those are the things that are going through my head. So it's a close call. I do think that the heavyweight is one to talk about. I just didn't know if his upper body and just his overall bone power was good enough to really get in the mix at this level. So that's the way that I see him. Those are the ones I studied the hardest. The one that I guess I'm taking home the fastest is yours, young lady. You're going to be reserved. Congratulations.
Your reserve champion, light crossbred, comes out of class 26, Ashlyn Poe, Grady FFA. Breeder of that animal was The Stud. The buckle sponsor for the champion winner is sponsored by Stanley Young. The reserve champion buckle is sponsored by Red Raider Genetics. Class 28, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Your results from Class 27 light crossbreds. First place, Reese Sagebill of Fredericksburg FFA. Breeder of that animal, Lindner Show Pigs. Second place, Landon Stovall of Tom Green County 4-H. Breeder of that animal, West Texas Genetics. Third place, Kendall Brown of Lexington FFA. Breeder of their animal, Burger Farms. Fourth place, Reese Christian of Wise County 4-H. Breeder of their animal, Royal Crown Show Pigs. Fifth place, Chloe Jones of the Walt FFA. And their breeder of their animal, Brockman Farms. Sixth place, Brennan Vinson of the Idaloo FFA. Breeder of their animal, Robbie Phillips Show Pigs. Seventh place, Alfredo Gomez from Live Oak County 4-H. Breeder of their animal, Burger Farms. Eighth place, Avery Pearson of Grayson County 4-H. Breeder of their animal, Blunt Farms. Ninth place, Brooke Fort of Burke Burnett FFA. Breeder of their animal was Doom's Prevailing Genetics. 10th place, Adeline Galovich of the Jim Ned FFA, bred by Galovich Farms. Attention in the barn, I have two public service announcements. One being We will have a 30-minute lunch break at the conclusion of Class 31. At the conclusion of the Class 31, 30-minute lunch break. Also, if anyone has found a bracelet in the men's restroom, please report it to the announcer's table. If anybody has found a men's bracelet or a bracelet in the men's restroom, please return it to the announcer's table. Class 29, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 29, first call to the show ring.
Really a neat way to start off the Dark Cross Division. We've got a big class with lots of good pigs, and these hogs are close. We've got just a few structural issues that we need to iron out on a couple of them. We've got a lot of them that's got width and muscle and power, maybe get just a little bit rounder and outside themselves. And then we've got a small group of them that are a little bigger scaled and flatter bodied and just maybe not as bold and stout as a couple. And so we're finding that happy medium, and I think that is what we've been able to pin back and rework. Still, these kids are doing an awesome job. They're working their tails off. So if you would, let's put our hands together as these kids are exiting the ring.
Class 29, second call to the show ring. Class 29, second call to the show ring. Attention in the barn, Addison Shook, Seminole FFA. If you were in the barn, please come to the announcer table. Addison Shook, Seminole FFA. If you were in the barn, please come to the announcer's table.
The denser skeleton, square-legged Barrow goes ahead and wins this competitive pair. I love the extra stoutness of bone and feature in this guy. I like his proportionality, his height to length ratio, his stoutness of skull, his cleanness of neck. That's just a really stout, burly made one that isn't the most athletic. And if you want to punch a hole in him, you may bend his hind leg just a fraction more as he set him on the go. I still thought that was the totals Barrow that still brought some extra bells and whistles to the table. The fancier, cooler looking one comes into the second hole. Love the silhouette. Love the attractiveness from his shoulders forward. I didn't see this dude quite as stout in terms of his rear leg bone or front foot. I didn't see him quite as robust through the center part of his rib. He too maybe wants to flirt just a little bit more as he get in behind him. I like to bring his hawk in an inch, and I think that would make him a stronger contender as you start to get in behind him. But it was because of his attractiveness and his flexibility is what allowed him to go over the Barrow in 3. The Barrow in 3 is the most extreme, the biggest back, the most powerful in his hip. He's another one that has so much in terms of bone and foot. As I get in behind him, he's the one that concerns me the most. He's another barrel that searches there on the outside of his body wall. Just need to bring him back to reality as you step in there. But from that point forward, there's a lot of good and a lot of value in that particular hog. Maybe gets just a fraction quicker in kind. But I thought that those extreme pieces was a little more appealing to me as we got into the Barrow and 4. The Hog and 4 is just a very practical, safe, sound type of a barrel. As I just try to ask myself, can he get into that top 3? I just didn't see enough to him. He's a little more vanilla in his back shape. He's a little more refined in his bone and face. I just didn't see him as fresh. I didn't see him as fancy, didn't see those extras in him to go ahead and move him any higher. But I still thought that his correctness was a little more as we got into the painted up barrel. That's another very attractive, very well prepared and good design barrel. I just need to open him up and power him up as you step in behind him. A little too flat, a little too narrow. But his feet and legs and flexibility was a little looser as we got into the barrel that drops out next. And this is another power hog, extreme in terms of chest width, upper skeleton power, a big powerful hip and pin set laid into him. He's another that just wants to struggle just a little more than I deem ideal on each end of his body. Just reads a little too upright on both of those areas to move him up any higher. Another power hog that comes out of the gate next. For all the shape that this barrel has up high, I'd like to stouten him in his bone and foot to make him more ideal, crack him open when he turns and comes at you. As we let the remaining hogs go, still a really good set of pigs laid in through there. Run into just a few more problems structurally to move any higher today. Great way, great class to get to the dark crosses started. My compliments to all these kids as they head back.
If we could have Collins Brandenberger, McCulloch County 4-H, come to the announcer's table. Collins Brandenberger, McCulloch County 4-H, please come to the announcer table. Your results from Class 28, Dark Crosses. First place, Zane Thompson, Farmersville FFA. Breeder of their animal was Frankovic Show Pigs. Second place, Addison Breimer, Atascosa County 4-H. Breeder of their animal, Clay Farms. Third place, Siley Peterson, Garza County 4-H. Breeder of their animal, Wintex Farms. Fourth place, Peyton Ralston, Dallam Hartley County 4-H. Breeder was Ralston Hog Farms. Fifth place, Grant Wagner, Dallam Hartley County 4-H. Bred by Colton Besner. Sixth place, Lawson Taylor, East Central FFA. Bred by LT3 Show Pigs. Seventh place, Piper Poole, Dallam Hartley County 4-H. Bred by Cornerstone Ventures. Eighth place, Ren Riddle of Lubbock County 4-H. Bred by Blunt Farms. Ninth place, Jensen Evans, Brownwood FFA. Bred by Evans Show Pigs. 10th place, Jesse Tackett of the Tioga FFA. Animal bred by Hot Rod Genetics. Class 30, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 30, first call to the show ring.
The narrow-belted Barrow would be the next one to go grab a pin. Just needs to change on his front feet and just the way that he comes off of them. Just a little soft, a little more paddle there. Really a big-bodied hog here to my right that gets just a little chunkier, a little shorter on each end of his body. Really a power hog there that gets just a little plainer made and maybe a little rounder when you get in behind him. Another one that's just really good-looking on the far side. Gets just a little more flat and narrow through the center part of his rib and body. So, folks, it's close, and there's close calls. It's just almost maybe type things, but nonetheless, these are good pigs and good kids. Let's congratulate them as they're leaving the ring.
At this time, I'd like to make a correction in some of the placings. Class 27, in 7th place was Collins Brandenberger of the McCulloch County 4-H. Their animal was bred by Burger Farms. Collins, we apologize for our clerical error. Class 30, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 30, second call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring.
The more youthful, better pattern Barrow goes ahead and wins the drive. I love his upper skeleton. I think everything matches in this particular Barrow. Not the most of anywhere. If you want to just single trade him, if you want to look for the EST Barrow, you're probably not going to land on him. I certainly think that's the totals Barrow. I think he's the squarest and truest at his foundation. He maintains that width, that dimension through the upper part of his body, and then you get off from the side of him and just study his proportions. Everything matches front to back, top to bottom. Everything goes together in a very fresh, youthful, and well-presented kind of a package. Now, there is more stuff in the Barrow in second. He's bigger in his foot. He's stouter in his arm. He might even have just a nickel more when you get up on top of him. At the same time, he reads just a little coarser fronted, doesn't quite blend as well. Right there in that Hamlin hookup, I didn't read him quite as true right there at the arena surface. But in terms of bone and back and just general presence of feature and ruggedness, that's one burly rascal that I thought just utilized his hind leg better than the Barrow in 3. The Hog in 3 from the flank, rear flank forward, he's the best one in this particular drive. I just couldn't make his hip design long enough and square enough. I couldn't make his stride off of his rear 2 loose enough and flexible enough to go ahead and move any higher. But man, up high, he's an absolute monster. His body is round, his blade is big. I just need to change him out of his hip and rear 2 to make him more of a competitor in this class. And it was because of his upper skeletal power and chest and blade. It's what allowed him to come over the black bear that comes out next. And this is just a good hog. I just didn't see quite as much feature. He reached just a little older through the front third of his body. Of the top of this particular drive, he's the flattest in his upper rib and blade, and he's another that maybe wants to pressure up his outer heel and just didn't read as square, didn't read as comfortable as he studied him right there at the arena surface. But I thought that his presence and the way that he handled his hind leg was a little more as we got into the calico or the painted up bear here. This is another one that's so fresh in his body and upper skeleton. As I put this one in motion, he gets just a little bit more robotic off his rear 2, a little shorter about his hip, wants to tuck up underneath him just a little more than I deem ideal as you study him off of those hind 2. But bam, the front third of that guy's body is very impressive. A little shorter faced, a little shorter couple bear comes out next, and I guess that's essentially where I'd pick on him. I just like to lengthen him on each end of his body, bulk him up in the upper part of his skeleton, and man, we can make him a stronger contender. The other solid black one that comes out is a very attractive made one, gets just a little flat and narrow. I love his bone and foot size, one of the stouter legged hogs in this particular class. Narrow belted barrel that comes out next is a really interesting made hog that's got a good level design, a good hip and hind leg. I need to change him off his front 2. Wants to paddle out of him, gets just a little softer footed, a little more mature looking. The bottom 2 hogs in this particular drive are power hogs that just need to go better as he set them in motion. Really a great class, a very challenging class there on the upper end. Congratulations to them all.
Your results from Class 29. First place, Shelby Brown of Friendship FFA, animal bred by Night Show Pigs. Second place, Hudson Gonzalez of Brock FFA, animal bred by Thomas Show Pigs. Third place, Cash Martin of Hale County 4-H, breeder Byers Farms. Fourth place, Riley Clenard of the Milam County 4-H, breeder was HF Genetics. Fifth place, Emily Mulestein of the Stanford FFA, breeder was Brockman Farms. Sixth place, Bowen Holder of Hale County 4-H, breeder is Hi-Ho Genetics. Seventh place, Carson Wooden of George West FFA, their breeder was C&P Livestock. Eighth place, Abigail Rawls of Pearland FFA, their breeder was Brockman Farms. Ninth place, Cole Rutland of Lampasas FFA, their breeder was Hobson Show Pigs. 10th place, Cooper Wilhelm of Stanford FFA, their breeder was Thomas Show Pigs. Class 31, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 31, first call to the show ring.
Maybe a class that will create just a little bit more of a challenge as we work through these. Still some really good pigs here. I've got one that right over here that gets just a little bit more refined, a little more mature through the front third of his body. Got several here that are kind of big and pretty that just run out of gas as you study them underneath. And we'll rework this upper end. But as we do, or before we do, let's congratulate these young people as they're exiting the ring.
Class 31, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 31, second call to the show ring. Just a reminder, at the conclusion of Class 31, we will be taking a 30-minute lunch break. At the conclusion of Class 31, 30-minute lunch break.
Get in behind this pair, and that's where my decision lies. The young man's bear, I think, just leaves you more true, more square, hip hop to ground, and he doesn't disappoint. As you start up on top of him, he's big and square out of the top side of his blade. He has a good turn, a good genuine turn through his loin. He's round in his body. He's stout in his movement. He's got a good proportioned look from the side. A little cresty necked as he's studying there up high, but still a very well prepared, very fresh and good looking one to go ahead and lead with. The wide power hog comes into the second hole, so bold underneath and so wide in terms of his pins. I love his heaviness of structure and leg. At the same time, that's a barrel that doesn't read as fresh, doesn't read as youthful, gets just a little bit more out of bounds as you step in behind him. But I thought that his bone, his power, his mass was a fraction more. As we get into the eye of the tiger, this young lady can drive the wheels off one. The young lady's black bear is one that up high, he's a man-child. So fresh and descript. As you start to work towards the arena surface, this is one that just simply runs out of gas. He's a little smaller in his foot. He's a little more refined in his ankle, a little more jammed up up through his throat latch and just doesn't read as bold, as wide, as true as the upper part of his body does. I'd like to just correlate those just a little better, but still yet young ladies driving a nice bear, doing a nice job doing it. A big backed one comes out next, and this is one that gets just a little rounder hipped, a little chunkier fronted, and he too doesn't come at me and leave me as wide and true as the upper part of the class, but up high. He's a monster, really descript, or a really shapely backed one that certainly reads very unique in that regard. And it was because of that upper skeletal power is what allowed him to go over the painted barrel that comes out next. This is one that's just very practical. Runs out of gas as he comes and goes. Needs to be just a little bit bolder up high, but that's a good patterned, good designed barrel to be right here in the middle of the drive. The painted up barrel that drops out next is another one that just reads like an all day, everyday good kind of a barrel. A little shorter stepping, a little shorter hipped, a little pudgier fronted, but I like his bone. I like the make that he gives you from the profile. We've got a pair of black ones that comes out next and gets just a little more refined in terms of their make and feature. The round out the class with a pair of calicos and a black one. They're really powerful, really muscular hogs. Get just a little bit rounder and shorter in terms of their couples, a little rounder in their muscle pattern, but still yet really good pigs in their own right. A fun class to sort. Congratulations to them all.
Your results from Class 30, first place, Clayton Ellis of the Winkler Loving County 4-H. Breeder of their animal was Clay Farms. Second place, Sarah Goldimer of the McAllen Memorial FFA, bred by Goldimer Showstock. Third place, Kason Bergen of the Burke Burnett FFA. Their breeder was Young Livestock. Fourth place, Mia Ruiz of the Winkler Loving County 4-H. Their breeder, The Stud. Fifth place, Layla Beckner of the Victoria County 4-H. Their breeder was Frank Koviak Show Pigs. Sixth place, Trinity Watts, Grandview FFA. Their breeder, T&T Show Pigs. Seventh place, Rhett Strassner of the Smyer FFA. Their breeder, Lackey Livestock. Eighth place, Braxton Dill, Wilman Union FFA. Their breeder was Brockman Farms. Ninth place, Darian Maxwell of the Weiss FFA. Their pig, Bishop's Show Pigs. 10th place, Emery Kent of the Burke Burnett FFA. Their breeder was Fisher Show Pigs. Just a reminder, at the conclusion of this class, we will be taking a 30-minute lunch break. At that time, we will reconvene with class 32.
Young lady there in the white sweater would be next, and that's one that is really good from the side. Gets just a little choppier stepping, a little more narrow as you get in behind her. A good square-built one that we've got here in front of me. Good legs, short-bodied. He, too, wants to get just a little bit tighter in terms of his movement. A good solid blackberry here that kind of rounds out his hip, gets just a little bit wider, tracking when you get in behind him. Then we got a few of them right through here that get just a little bit staler in their overall make and maybe just don't read as fresh or young as you start to study him from the side. Maybe he wants to narrow up. Got a Berkshire appearing one that just runs out of gas underneath. Another one here that probably just didn't fill up as well. A little more tight in terms of body and shape. So some really nice pigs out here that are just a few clicks away from grabbing a pin. Folks, if you would, let's put our hands together for these young people as they exit the ring.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these three exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring.
The baby gorilla goes ahead and starts this drive. Just incredible in terms of bone and foot and feature. And he stays clean jointed and he stays comfortable on each end of his body and still stays proportional as you study him there from the side. You know, if you want to pick on him, give him just a fraction more jawbone and maybe just edge him out just a skosh as you study him there on the backside of his shoulder. But his comfort level, his athleticism, the angles, and just the make that he has from the side is very appealing and a very logical place to go ahead and start in this particular drive. A big skull, big backed, powerfully ended Barrow comes next. And this is one that maybe just didn't get his pieces together quite as well. He's a little chuggier full-throated. He's just a little crestier necked and maybe just not that extra punch of bone and feature that we had in our class winner, but that still doesn't call him frail. It still doesn't make him skinny. Just in a really close call, just didn't quite have those extras that we had in our class winning Barrow. But it was because of his back shape, his body shape is what allowed him to go over the Calico Barrow that comes next. And this one from the side, he's a good-looking hog. He's tall-shouldered, he's short-bodied, he's got a good pattern about him. I didn't read him quite as opened up in the upper part of his body. He's a little flatter in his upper rib. He's a little plainer in his blade. It just doesn't read as bold, not as naturally wide as those in 1 and 2. But it was because of his design, his pattern, and his feet and legs is what allowed him to go over the extra powerful Barrow here in the 4-hole. This one, in terms of just measuring hogs, he measures the most. He's the widest in his chest. He's the biggest in his upper back and blade. He's the most powerful when you get in behind him. As I just step off from him, he's another one that wants to get a little more upright. On each end of his skeleton, I need to rock his shoulder a little further back into him, lengthen and level his hip, and just allow his hind leg to move in action like it's supposed to. But, man, in terms of width, meat, muscle, man, that thing has got it all. A good-looking, up-headed one comes out of the gate next, and I just need to square him as he meets the arena surface. He's a little softer-footed. He wants to get his hawk just a little more out of bounds than I deem ideal when he's stepping behind him. A little bit more swivel, a little more east and west as he study him going away. But his look and his power is what allowed him to stay in the upper part of the class. This is a good kind of a barrel in terms of just bone and foot and practicality. I need to change him out of his hip, stouten him in his skull, and open him in his upper blade. A good stout-legged one comes out of the gate next. It just gets a little too tight, a little too wide as you step in behind him. The remaining 3 hogs are still very quality hogs in their own right, run into a few more problems structurally, and then from a balance perspective, still a really great class top to bottom. Congratulations to these kids as they head back.
Your results from Class 31. First place, Allison Halfman of Wall FFA. Breeder of their animal was 4F Livestock. Second place, Hope Gray of Hutchinson County 4-H, bred by Clay Farms. Third place, Kinsley Shemank of Giddings FFA. Their breeder was Shaded W Show Pigs. Fourth place, Tucker Thixton of the Klondike FFA. Breeder was DL Show Pigs. Fifth place, Jenna Battle, Ballinger FFA. Their breeder was Walton Show Pigs. Sixth place, Jackson Wyatt, Stratford FFA. Bred by Horsford Show Pigs. Seventh place, Brayley Heiser of Hartley County 4-H. Bred by Cornerstone Ventures. Eighth place, Kennedy Shate of Lee County 4-H, bred by Burger Farms. Ninth place, Georgia Kelly, Bells FFA, bred by Lindner Show Pigs. And 10th place, Kendall Baker, Lavernia FFA, bred by BC Show Pigs. At this time, we'll be taking a 30-minute lunch break. We will reconvene at 12:45. Class 32, you're on deck. Attention in the barn, class 32, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 32, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 32, this is your second call to the show ring. Second call to the show ring. Class 33, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 33, first call to the show ring.
Absolute hornet's nest of a class that we're going to work through here. The next one in would be the Calico. That's a good sound hog that gets just a little rounder hipped, a little more out in his hawk, and doesn't read a stop. The young man's done an awesome job of presentation and hair and skin and freshness. Got a good scale to bear here that gets just a little flatter and narrower there through the lower part of his body. Then we've got a little bit of a freshness issue on several of them that just don't read quite as young, quite as good-bodied. Really a good class. It's going to be tough all the way through. Folks, let's put our hands together for these kids as they exit the ring.
Class 33, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 33, second call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 33, third and final call to the show ring.
Absolute incredible class, and I love the pair to represent this very competitive drive. And, you know, we've got a pair of them here that offer a lot in terms of similarity of type and kind. These are athletic, they're tough, they're stout, they're durable, and then they've got some stuff when you get up on top of them. I love just the proportionality of the young man's barrel that comes in. He comes at me like a Mack truck. He leaves you bold and square and true and genuine. He don't disappoint when you get up on top of him and study him coming up and out of the top part of his blade and shoulder. Wide and square pinned, good body shape, stout skull, just a really elite one to go ahead and lead with. And I can say all that with the Barrow in second. The Barrow in second is just a carbon copy of that particular hog, square-toed, square-hocked, fresh-backed, good-looking, just not as much featured, not as much right there through the center part of his body, and maybe just not as much of an elite look as we get in between the two of them, but that's an awesome one to be standing in that second hole. There's a bolder, more true chest knee to ground in this barrow. There's a stouter leg in him as we get into the Barrow in 3. The hog in 3 from the side, man, he is lights out good. Runs uphill, great in terms of his proportions and body length in relation to his height. I love his hip and hind leg. He can push his hawk past his tail, regroup, and do it all over again. That type of bounce and flex is so hard to find in today's show hogs. Just an incredible skeleton in this guy. He's fresh up high. He's youthful through the front third of his body. Turn and watch this guy come right at you. That's the reason he's third. He wants to come in at his chest and knee. It just doesn't come at me as wide and true as 1 and 2. But it was because of his build, his presence, and his hind leg is what allowed him to come over the black bear coming next. Now, this one is stouter, and he's probably wider when he comes at you. At the same time, he's just a little deeper tying in his neck, a little throatier, maybe just a nickel rounder about his rump design, just not the presence, not the silhouette that we had 1 through 3. There is just more hog in him as we get into the other black bear that drops out next. I love this guy's skull. I love his foot and his forearm. He's so stout. He's so rugged. At the same time, of the top of this particular drive, he's the flattest and the most narrow in the base of his body. I just need to crack him open when you watch him go away, crack him open whenever he turns and comes at you, but up high and from the side. That's a very good hog that's got a big fat arm. A really solid one that comes out of the gate next, another one that's really tough built. At the same time, he reads just a little rounder shouldered, a little rounder hipped, a little chuggier fronted, and just didn't quite have the squareness, didn't quite have the freshness as the upper part of the class. A real fancy black when it comes out of the gate next. It gets just a little softer footed and a little more refined. I need to lengthen him from his shoulders forward and square him hip hop to ground and just stouten him in terms of bone to make him more ideal. As we let the remaining hogs go, these are still 3 really outstanding hogs that landed in a super competitive class. My compliments to them all as they head back to their pens.
Reagan Strickland, Princeton FFA, your class is being sifted. Your results from Class 32. First place, Banner Young, Burke Burnett FFA. Their breeder was Young Livestock. Second place, Case and Card, Ellis County 4-H. Breeder was Cozart Family Genetics. Third place, Hunter Butler of the Bell County 4-H. Their breeder was McKinley Show Pigs. Fourth place, Brooke Verba of Forney FFA. Their breeder was Duelm's Prevailing Genetics. Fifth place, Cade Barber, Medina County 4-H, bred by Barber Hog Farm. Sixth place, Lillian Bourne of Bangs FFA, bred by Rising Star Genetics. Seventh place, Alexandria Nelson of the Kendall County 4-H, bred by Lackey Livestock. Eighth place, Houston Wetzel of Shallowater FFA, bred by The Stud. Ninth place, Jade Stone of Martin County 4-H, bred by The Stud. 10th place, Lincoln Coates, Levelland FFA, bred by Methrin Hog Farm. At this time, can we have the first and seconds from classes 28 through 32 be making their way to the show ring? First and second place from 28 to 32, please make your way to the show ring so we may do a light division drive. There will be a way back.
This white-belted bear would be the next to go to the scales. Really a wide-bodied, powerfully ended hog that gets just a little too tight on each end of his body, a little chuggier fronted and rounder hipped. A real solid black bear here that wants to dry up in his rib, tapers out of his hip. Really a muscular bear here to my right that just needs to be a little more correct. A good-bodied hog here that wants to get a little too refined in terms of bone and feature. He too reads just a little bit rounder in terms of his hip design. Good hogs, good kids. They're working hard. Let's congratulate them as they exit the ring.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these two exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. First and seconds from class 28 to 32. This is your second call. Please make your way to the show ring so we can have a lightweight division drive for the dart crosses.
Another awesome class, and we land on one that obviously should grab you and find you rather quickly. Incredible in terms of presence and design and athleticism, and thank goodness he's got width and bone and squareness and a good fresh back to go along with it. Really a special one to go ahead and lead with. The Barrow in second is a lot like her in terms of just a good, fresh, and genuine Barrow. Obviously not as fancy fronted, not as square hipped, but I still thought that his looseness of structure and just his power excelled the black one that comes out next. And the young man's black one is another one that gets just a little bit more refined in terms of bone. Didn't seem quite as true as the second place bear. The Hog and 4 is another one that is really good and sharp up high. I didn't see that one quite as wide. Didn't see him as bold. The young man's belted bear that drops out. This is one that I probably got a little hard on right out of the gate there in the back. And the longer the drive goes on, the looser his skeleton became. But at the same time, that's another that reads just a little bit rounder in terms of his hip design. I didn't see him quite as attractive through the front third of his body. Maybe reads just a little bit softer gutted as you start to study him there, and that weighs his back just a little bit more wavy there in terms of the strength to his loin. Tall-shouldered one that drops out of the gate next, and this one reads just a little slicker jawed, a little more refined, a little more closed in underneath. A good belted bear that drops out next, and this one probably has just a shot more center turn and body shape laid into him at the same time. This is one that reads just a little more rigid on each end of his skeleton. Didn't seem as loose, didn't see him as comfortable. The remaining 3 in this class, a big stout-legged one comes out. I need to change him out of his hip and hind leg. I need to open him up. The remaining 2 hogs get just a little more wound up as you study them on the move. A great class, really a nice pair to lead. Congratulations to them all.
Addison Breimer, Atascosa County 4-H, I need your pig in the show ring. Class 34, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 34, bring your pigs to the show ring. First call. As we move into our lightweight division of the dark crosses, coming out of Class 28, Zane Thompson, Farmersville FFA. From Class 29, Shelby Brown, Friendship FFA. From Class 30, Clayton Ellis, Winkler Loving County 4-H. '31, Allison Halfman, Wall FFA. From Class 32, we have Banner Young, Burke Burnett FFA. And from Class 33, we have Briley Byers, Hale County 4-H. Class 34, this is your second call to the show ring.
Incredible division. And folks, if you would, before I name your champion, let's give these class winners a big round of applause. This morning started off strong, and man, we landed even stronger. The heat continued to come, and I think it gets awfully close between a pair of them. And you know, they're not cookie cutter; they're not the exact type and same type and kind. I think. Like many judges have said before, good livestock comes in many different shapes and sizes. These are just simply my two favorite. I think these bring the most to the table. I think they are the most elite, the most read with the most quality. And then between the two of them, there's subtle differences that we can talk about. Ultimately, there is one that I think is just picture perfect in terms of the seamless build and pattern that he has from the side. Almost flawless in terms of his skeleton, the angles to his skeleton. I love the way he runs uphill and doesn't sacrifice a shoulder set to get it. He's square, he's bold underneath. He's so fresh and shapely there on the backside of his loin. Everything runs north and south. He's not the EST bear in terms of bone, but he certainly has enough. Young lady in yellow is going to have champion. Congratulations.
Your champion lightweight division from the dark crosses comes from Class 33, Briley Byers, Hale County 4-H. Breeder was Byers Farms. Coming into the ring is Avery Wells of Bell County 4-H.
There's another one that really hit me hard and is a very memorable bear. I love his chest floor. I love how genuine he is when you get in behind him and study him up high. In relation to our champion, I didn't see his neck and his crest tying quite as neat and pretty into the top part of his blade and shoulder as I compare. I didn't see his shoulder set quite as loose as I started to compare. He probably did hold the advantage in terms of foot size and front arm, but man, it's back and forth. It's awfully close. We certainly got to keep them together. Young man here to my right, it's going to be reserved. Congratulations.
Your reserve lightweight division champion for the Dark Crosses comes from Class 32, Banner Young, Burke Burnett FFA. Breeder of that animal was Young Livestock. Your results from Class 33. First place, Briley Byers, Hale County 4-H. Breeder was Byers Farms. Second place, Avery Wells of Bell County 4-H. Their breeder was Taylor Genetics. Third place, Truett Ludicky of Cuero FFA. Their breeder was C Bar Livestock. Fourth place, Baden Busby of Hill County 4-H. Their breeder was The Stud. Fifth place, Hayden Wade of Lubbock Cooper FFA. Their breeder was RW Genetics. Sixth place, Isaac Maya of Cinco Ranch FFA, their breeder was Thomas Show Pigs. 7th place, Kylie Bernard of Somerset FFA, their breeder was Lackey Livestock. 8th place, Farrah Wilkinson of Lavernia FFA, their breeder was Sutherland Farms. 9th place, Shyla Hatcher of Blue Ridge FFA, their breeder was Brockman Farms. 10th place, Shelby Smith of Brazoria County 4-H, their breeder Cornerstone Ventures. Class 35, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 35, first call to the show ring.
Another great class. The young man's Calico would be the next to go away, and that's one that's really good looking from the side. Gets just a little out of bounds when you get in behind him, a little rounder hipped, a really solid black bear here that's one tucks up just a little bit more in his body and rib and a little more stilty off of his rear too. Got several of them that are just kind of big and pretty and just don't quite have the width and power that we have in a couple of these others that we have pinned back. Great class, going to work through the upper end, but before we do, let's give these kids a big hand as they exit the ring.
Class 35, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 35, third and final call to the show ring, please.
great class. Dogfight between 2 and 3. I feel the most comfortable with the class winning Barrow. Watch this rascal come right at you. He's the boldest. He's the truest. He's the most manly as you study him there at the arena surface. I love the way that he comes up and out of the top part of his blade. Bold, square, fresh, really a good loin dog that is good and turned through the center part of his rib. He's square whenever he gets in behind him. When you get in behind him, everything proportions and balances. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that that's the most awesome hind leg we've seen all day, but it's functional, it's loose, it is more than acceptable for this particular class. The Freak on a Leash comes with the Barrow in second, and man, that thing has some really far-reaching pieces. I love the length that he has on each end of his body. I love the extra bend that he has to his hind leg. Get in behind him, and that's where we run into a few more problems. Really wants to search just a little bit more on the outside of his body wall, but man, that is one wide-pinned, level-made, cool-looking rascal that has a lot of value as you start to just study the things that he brings to the table. I thought his chest and knee and just his genuine shape was a fraction better as we get into the Barrow in 3. The Barrow in 3, he's safer. I definitely think that you get in behind him and just study the squareness of his hock. That is a more correct hind leg in terms of hip hock to ground. I just didn't see him as genuine. He's just a little bit plainer up high. He's a little flatter in his blade, a little more vanilla there on the back side of his shoulder. Didn't seem as true up front. He wants to come in at his knee, and just the base of his body didn't read as bold. It didn't read as wide as 1 or 2. But I thought his flexibility, his design, and more importantly, his hip and hind leg was a fraction better as we get into the Barrow coming next. Now, this one has more horsepower. He's got more meat and potatoes through the center part of his rib, really big and maxed out up high. Wants to jam up on each end of his body, gets just a little chubbier necked, a little different in terms of his headset, but that's still a very dense-backed, round-ribbed Barrow that certainly has lots of carcass value as you put him into that next stage in life. A good one that comes out next, he wants to pinch right there in his ham loin hookup. I didn't see his neckline quite as attractive. I didn't see his hip design quite as square, but heavy boned and sharp backed. That one is awfully nice in his own right. A good one that comes out of the gate next in terms of bone and foot. He too wants to get just a little bit more original through the front third of his body, tapers and drops out of his hip, but bone and body shape is awfully good in that one. A solid calico that gets just a little bit more rigid in terms of movement, a little rounder and that a little more bubbly when you get in behind him. As we let the remaining hogs go, maybe ran into just a few more problems as I started to break down their movement. I just couldn't quite make them sound enough, couldn't balance them as well as the upper part of the drive. Really a fun class and a nice pair to lead. Congratulations to them all.
Braylon Pointer, Sudan FFA. Your class is being sifted as we speak. Please bring your animal to the show ring. Luke Wiley, A&M Consolidated FFA. Your class is being sifted. Please bring your animal to the show ring. Your results from class 34. First place, Madeline Nichols, Howard County 4-H. Breeder of their animal, Lackey Livestock. Second place, Dawson Chumley, Farmersville FFA. Their breeder, IDK Genetics. Third place, Alexis Klaus, Joaquin FFA. Their breeder, Tosh Show Pigs. Fourth place, Court Haltom, Little FFA. Their breeder, No Regrets Genetics. Fifth place, Hayden Strand of Stanford FFA. Their breeder was Thomas Show Pigs. Sixth place, Cassidy Butler, Perryton FFA. Breeder of their animal was Modest Show Pigs. Seventh place, Preston Ralston, Dallam Hartley County 4-H, bred by Ralston Hog Farm. Eighth place, Hannah Zintek of Lubbock Cooper FFA, bred by Wintex Farms. Ninth place, Kaylee Ender, Stanford FFA, bred by Bowman Livestock. 10th place, Donald Bigelow, Marion FFA, bred by MT Hart Livestock. Class 36, first call to the show ring.
We've got a full deck there in the back. This is a deep and stout class, and still so many good pigs out here in the middle of this ring. A young man's got a barrel on the far side that just maybe wants to fall out of balance just a fraction from the side, not quite handling his rear two quite as well. Really a thick-ended barrel here on my left, and another one that maybe gets just a little rounder and a little more fragile in terms of bone. Got two or three of these that are bigger and flatter and maybe just look like we're fighting weight, fighting age just a little bit more than I deem ideal. Got a spotted up one over here that just didn't quite handle his rear two. Got just a little chuffier fronted. A great class, and guys, these kids are doing a great job. Let's congratulate them as they exit the ring.
Class 36, this is your second call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these three exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 36, third and final call to the show ring.
Well, the ring help today is going to get a workout, and I apologize. I want to shuffle and redeck and shuffle as many times as it takes to know that when I'm driving north, I did it exactly the way that I wanted. I didn't miss anything. I gave each placing the utmost importance, and so that's the reason I do what I do, and I'm going to sleep well knowing that I got it the exact way that I wanted to get it. Now, whether you agree with that, that is perfectly okay. Just came from a show with one of the best judges in the country, and I promise you, I did not agree with every decision that he made. So that's what makes this thing frustrating and exciting all the same time. I really like the young man's Barrow to go ahead and lead with. He's the totals hog. He's the square-chested, tough-built one that's so good on his front foot, really strong in his ankle, and Pastern said really good in terms of the way that his neck blends into the top part of his shoulder. A very uniquely made one from the side, tall-fronted and elevated, but yet short-bodied and just got a really proportional look about him from the side. He's square and bold up high. He's got a good turn to his center, square whenever he leaves you. Just a really elite one to go ahead and lead with. And that's where he beats the Barrow in second. It's the front third of this guy's body, and the way that he leaves is a little more appealing as we get into the Barrow in second. The hog in second is bolder chested, rounder ribbed, and thicker ended and bigger skulled than the Barrow in three. I didn't see him quite as good hawk to ground as my class winner. I didn't see him as uniquely made as our class winner, but there's just more stuff in him as we get into the Barrow in three. The hog in three is a cool looking rascal. He's cute necked and tall fronted and short bodied, really got a good loin laid into him. As I turn and watch this Barrow come at me, he reads just a little slicker in his face, a little flatter in his shoulder and chest, and I just didn't see quite the horsepower in him as I compared him to the upper part of the drive. But I loved him whenever he left, and I loved just that good fresh loin that's laid into him up high. A real productive one comes out of the gate next. I like the extra bend that he has to his hind leg. I like just the type and kind that particular Barrow is. As I just step off of him and just study him from the side, that's a Barrow that gets just a little easy in his back line, a little deeper in his throat, a little meatier right there on the top part of his pole. I didn't see him as strong in his foot. I didn't see him as square as he went to the surface up front, but going away, he's a monster. The center part of him, he is so good and rectangular and robust. Just got a few things there out of whack that caused him to go ahead and get placed. The Calico ran out of gas, and it's unfortunate. The longer the drive went on, the more shuffle stepping he became on each end of his body. But that is one big-legged, round-bodied hog that's got a good look, a little plainer up high, not as descript, not as fresh. But, man, I love his bone work, and I love his body design. It's unfortunate that he tried to get just a little wound up there towards the end of the drive. A good solid one that comes out of the gate next, a little shorter hipped and tighter moving. I didn't see him quite as stout there at the arena surface. I didn't see him as unique in his presence. The young lady's belted Barrow that drops out next just wants to cave in and flatten as you start to turn and watch this Barrow come at you. But from the side, man, this thing's got the goods. He's long and extended on each end of his body. He's square muscled. Just gets a little refined, a little narrow. As we let the remaining hogs go, these are still very quality Barrows. The young lady that comes next got one that wants to flatten underneath. Didn't quite have the meat animal shape that we had towards the top. A real power hog that drops out of the gate next. A little rounder hipped, a little slower moving. The young lady that rounds out the class just has one that wants to be just a little stiltier on each end of his body, not as stout. Really a fun class. I apologize for the extra time. Congratulations to them all.
The results from Class 35, first place, Tanner Owen, Canyon FFA. Breeder was Sweet Tooth Farms. Second place, Watts Jones from Brownwood FFA, bred by Maris Show Pigs. Third place, Kenan Mingus, Milam County 4-H. Their breeder was Burger Farms. Fourth place, Michael Lidecki, Sydney FFA. Their breeder Colt Caffey. Fifth place, Hunter Blassett of SNS Consolidated FFA. Their breeder was CR125 Genetics. Sixth place, Matthew Gober, Haskell FFA. Their breeder was Bowman Livestock. Seventh place, Camlin Mason, Montgomery County 4-H. Their breeder was Brockman Farms. Eighth place, Georgia Besner, Dallam Hartley County 4-H. Their breeder was The Stud. Ninth place, Ryder Egbert, Bell County 4-H. Their breeder was HF Genetics. 10th place, Finley Robertson, Randall County 4-H. Their breeder was Williams Livestock. Class 37, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 37, first call to the show ring.
jumped into a hornet's nest in this class. I think we've got 15 back there and could very easily have several more. Looking at the hogs we have in this ring, young man's got a really athletic one that maybe just didn't quite have the feature in the horsepower that we had in a couple of those that grabbed the scales. Got a real fresh one here that gets just a little slicker jawed, a little more narrow. The young man's Berkshire appearing one is another one that gets just a little rounder hipped, maybe a little plainer backed. The young man's white belted hog here gets just a little chuffier, a little more original there through the front third of his body. Not as dimensional and not as much meat animal shape up high. Really a solid black one that has a lot of muscle up high. Just not the bone and structure that we have in a couple of them others. Young lady there on the far side's got a big scaled one that maybe looks like we're fighting the weight just a little bit, a little past his prime, past his 12. Great class. Certainly going to be a dogfight here in just a few moments. Let's congratulate these kids as they head back to their pens.
Class 37, second call to the show ring. Class 37, second call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 37, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Keelan Metter, Randall County 4-H, please bring your animal to the show ring.
He-Man wins the drive. This is one that just the second that he comes out, he grabs you. He's stout-skulled, he's wide-eyed, he's big-bladed, he's square-chested and fat-toed. Just a really a hard impact kind of a barrel that just really demands you to study and appreciate him. Luckily, he doesn't disappoint. As you start to get towards the mid and in the rear part of his body, he's got a good shape to the center part of his rib. He's fresh up high. He squares when he leaves you, just a really elite one to go ahead and lead with. I love so many things about the Barrow in second. For this weight, to have this type of freshness and this type of youthfulness, man, that is a testament to the young man and the family behind him. Really a sharp-backed, good loin barrel that is kind of a high cut-ability hog. He's genuine, he's real, he's true. In comparison to our class winner, obviously not as fancy about his hip, not as stout in terms of his skull or front arm, but man, that is a very elite one in his own right. And it was because of that cutability and that extra shape and freshness up high that allowed him to go over the Barrow in 3. The hog in 3 is elevated. He's good down his top and back line. I didn't see him quite as good in his neckline. I didn't see him as stout in his skull. I didn't see him as open and bold right there in the upper part of his rib and blade. But man, that's a good built, heavy-legged, good designed barrow to be standing in that 3 hole. I thought his presence and squareness was a fraction better than the barrel that comes out next. Now, this one probably has just a little bit more up high. Probably has just a little more dimension, a little bit more of a meat animal shape. At the same time, this is one that wants to jam up just a little bit on each end of his body. I didn't see him as attractive through the front third of his through the front third of his body. I didn't see him as stout there in his front arm, but I love him up high. I like a lot of things about the young man's barrel that comes next. Long-hipped and long-fronted, kind of a big-scaled kind of a barrel. As I study that one through the front third, a little slicker-jawed and a little meatier-necked, and just as I go down towards the surface, he gets just a little smaller in his toe size, a little more refined in terms of his bone, but that's a well-presented, shapely one that obviously landed to a really tough class. I thought he was leveler hipped than the barrel that comes out of the gate next. When this barrel opens his mouth, he really wants to bind up and tighten, in particular out of his hip and hind leg, but he's heavy-boned and he's powerful. As we let the remaining hogs go, there's still some very good animals in here. Got a really dense made one that comes out of the gate next, drops out of his hip, maybe jams up through the front third of his body. The remaining 3 hogs are hogs that maybe just strike me with a few more question marks as I start to break them down structurally. Really a fun class and an elite one to win. Congratulations to them all.
Your results from class 36. First place, Caden Mason, Montgomery County 4-H. Their breeder was Brockman Farms. Second place, Copper Ferris, Nazareth FFA. Their breeder was BRS Hog Farm. Third place, Taylor Reed, Sweetwater FFA. Their animal was bred by Rains Livestock. Fourth place, Landon Morse, Bells FFA by Blunt Farms. Fifth place, Witten Harper, Kendall County 4-H. Their animal was bred by Lidner Show Pigs. Sixth place, Hudson Gray, Farmersville FFA. Their animal was bred by Lidner Show Pigs. Seventh place, Dakota Martin, Mason County 4-H, bred by Young Livestock. Eighth place, Avalon Boren, Bangs FFA. Their animal was bred by Rising Star Genetics. Ninth place, Mace Mower, Jack County 4-H. Their animal was bred by Wintex Farms. 10th place, Carson Clift, Groover FFA. Their animal was bred by Lackey Livestock. Class 38, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 38, first call to the show ring.
This young lady's calico is another one that would weigh fast. Wants to drop out of his hip just a fraction and maybe just doesn't come together as well as a couple of these others, but that's well cared for, Barrow. That young lady's doing a tremendous job of getting that one driven and presented. Got another cool looking one here that gets just a little shorter on each end of his body, doesn't utilize his hind leg quite as well. A harder bodied one here that didn't quite get here as fast and as well. Got a real solid black one there on the far side that maybe just doesn't read quite as stout in terms of a skeleton. Really a powerfully ended one there that gets just a little rounder and bunchier there. So a really nice set of pigs all the way through. Let's congratulate these kids as they head back to their pens.
Class 38, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 38, this is your third and final call to the show ring.
love this class top to bottom. Man, it was fun. It was tough. It was elite livestock driven to almost perfection all the way through. It's not easy, but man, I enjoy it. I enjoy the challenge. I welcome it. We land on a pair of hogs here that offer just so much stoutness of bone and feature and just an incredible fresh presence about them. They look like modern-day show bears from the side. And between the two of them, one of them probably comes with just a little bit more horsepower when you study the base of their body. The young man's Barrow is one that's just so open through his chest and still stays square and within himself whenever he comes, whenever he goes. He's wider pinned and just more true hip hop to ground as you get in behind this pair. I would like to give him a drink of water and maybe just drop him there in his flank to just go ahead and blend him perfectly from the side, and that's what makes it close. The young lady's Barrow in second probably holds an advantage in a little bit more of a natural feel there through his forerib and flank. I love the silhouette of that guy from the side. His length of body is spot on. His elevation is spot on. He works off a huge hind leg with a whiskey barrel rib and a lot of dimension up high. Where he goes second is you get in behind this hog, and he just didn't go to the arena surface as true or as wide as our class winner did. You change that about him, he wins for fun. I thought there was just more bone and a bigger chest and blade in him as we got into the Barrow in 3. I love the type and kind of this bear. He's round-bodied. He's productive. He's got width and dimension up high. He's just an all-day, everyday good kind of a bear. In this particular drive, he's not as fancy through the front third of his body. He's not as big there at the arena surface. I didn't see him quite as true, chest, knee to ground in comparison between 1 and 2. But I did think that he was taller fronted, shorter bodied, and better skulled than the barrel that comes out of the gate next. The hog next is another one that is so close to being an absolute rock star. From the shoulders back, that's a very good-backed, good-bodied, a good hind-legged bear. But by the side, as I step off from the side of him, he's a little lower set at his shoulder. He's a little crestier right there in his neck, and just a little sissier in terms of his head and skull. Just didn't see the skull shape, didn't see the feature of that particular bear as I started to move him up towards the top part of the drive. But I did think that he was just more flexible than the barrel that comes out next. And this one is close. If we could just rock his shoulder a little further back into him and then just relax him in his knee and just open him right there through his chest, man, that thing is lights out good from the side. He's big up high. He's square going away. Just need to change that front arm assembly to make him a little bit more ideal. The white belted barrel that drops out next just wants to get a little piecier in the way that he's made from the side. Doesn't quite balance as well up front. Gets just a little chuggier fronted, a little deeper tying in terms of his neck. Maybe reads just a nickel rounder as you get in behind him. A real solid one that drops out of the gate next. And this one's big chested up front. Wants to pigeon-toe just a little bit up front. I didn't see him quite as coordinated, a little more robotic in terms of his hip and hind leg movement. As we let the remaining hogs go, these are still very, very good animals. Maybe run into a few more problems structurally. Didn't quite have the width and the power in the bottom two. Still an awesome class all the way through. My compliments to them all as they head back.
Sierra Sisson, Lubbock Coronado FFA, please bring your animal to the show ring. Your results from Class 37, first place, Cole Phillips from Smith County 4-H. Their breeder was Brockman Farms. Second place, Reese Huffaker from Post FFA. Their breeder was Huffaker Farms. Third place, Lacey Seidenberger of Glasscock County 4-H. Their animal was bred by Biggs Livestock. Fourth place, Sydney Miller, Hale County 4-H. Their animal was bred by DL Show Pigs. 5th place, Paige Rutland of Lampasas FFA, bred by Hobson Show Pigs. 6th place, Sir Jones, Brownwood FFA, bred by Mata Show Pigs. 7th place, Autumn Birkenfeld of Nazareth FFA. Their animal was bred by Kip Smith. 8th place, Cole Rains, Sweetwater FFA. Their animal was bred by Rains Livestock. 9th place, William Jesse Pagant of Smithson Valley FFA. Their animal was bred by BR5 Show Pigs. 10th place, Keelan Metter, Randall County 4-H. Their breeder was Cornerstone Ventures. At this time, can we please have the first and seconds from class 34 through 37 return to the show ring? First and seconds from classes 34 to 37 back to the show ring.
Still some very good animals and a great set of kids we have here left in the ring. A big-bodied barrow that maybe gets just a little rounder on each end of his skeleton. a long-bodied hog over on the far side that just maybe showing his age and a little past his prime there through the center part of his body, and maybe a little more mature through his head and neck. And Berkshire appearing bear that just needs just a little bit more gas. The same could be said about the young lady closest to me, just not as stout and robust as a couple of these other. A big-scaled hog here that, again, maybe looks just a little drier-bodied and ribbed as I compare to some of those that grabbed a scale. Just a really solid set of pigs here. Folks, if you would put your hands together for these kids as they head back to their pens.
Attention in the barn. At the conclusion of the announcement of the champion and reserve champion dark crosses, we will be taking a 20-minute break to prepare for the grand drive. At the conclusion of the announcement of the champion and reserve dark cross, there will be a 20-minute break in order to prepare for the grand drive. All champion and reserve champion breeds will make their way to the ring at that time and will be reweighed. Attention in the barn. If we can have our first and second placings from class 34 through 37, start making your way to the show ring. This is your second call for the heavyweight division drive. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these two exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. If I can have the class winner from 36, Caden Mason, Montgomery County 4-H. And the class winner of 37, Cole Phillips, Smith County 4-H. Please bring your animals to the show ring. At this time, can we please have Briley Byers, Hale County 4-H, bring your champion, lightweight division, Dark Cross, Banner Young, Burke Burnett FFA. Please bring your reserve champion, lightweight division champion to the show ring.
the more youthful, cleaner neck bearer goes ahead and wins this drive. I think he maintains a slight advantage in length of stride and flexibility to go along with a better patterned, neater looking kind of a design. I think bone is plenty in that particular bearer. I love the fresh back that's laid into him. He fits this particular weight. Everything blends and proportions extremely well from the side. Just a real nice heavyweight to go ahead and lead the drive with. The Grizzly comes next, and I think that's the stout-legged one of the two. I think that's the big mug, big skull bearer of the two. At the same time, this is a barrel that probably doesn't read as comfortable on either end of his body, wants to jam up just a fraction more as he's studying him through the front third of his body. Didn't quite read the center turn through the center part of his rib, but that's still a very heavy-legged, sharp-backed, powerfully ended barrel that is very deserving of the top of this drive. The Hogan 3 is a lot like our class winner in terms of just that type of presence and design. I didn't read this one as stout. At the arena surface, gets just a little bit more fragile and frail in his bone work, a little plainer there on the back side of his shoulder. But I like his design. I like his flexibility. And he was just simply sounder and better patterned than the barrel that we have coming next. This is another really big-ended hog that just didn't quite balance up as well. A little deeper tying in his neck, a little crestier right there on the top part of his pole. Didn't quite read his hip design as square or as level as I compared him to the top part of the drive. Really a big-scaled, long patterned hog that comes out next. And this is another that just didn't quite have the bone work, didn't quite have the body shape and dimension to move any higher in this respective class. The young man that drops out next has got another one that probably holds that advantage, that probably does have just a little bit more stuff up high, probably is a little rounder there through the center part of his rib. He wants to get just a little more stilty on each end of his skeleton, just need to loosen him there to make him a stronger contender. A real solid black one that comes out that just narrows up as you study that one coming across. I didn't see his hip design quite as well. As we let the remaining hogs go, these are still very quality animals. Read just a little bit drier through the center part of the rib and flank, maybe fighting the scales just a little more than I deem ideal. A really nice class. Congratulations to them all.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we were about to move into our heavyweight division of the Dark Crosses from Class 34. We have Madeline Nichols, Howard County 4-H. From Class 35, Tanner Owen, Canyon FFA. From Class 36, Caden Mason, Montgomery County 4-H. Coming from Class 37, Cole Phillips, Smith County 4-H. And from Class 38, Tate Popham, Floresville, FFA.
Another incredible division has come and gone. And folks, if you would, let's put our hands together for the class winners we have. And an incredible set. These are my kind. These are the kind I try to raise and show for my girls. And they're not easy. They're not easy to find. They're not easy to buy. They're certainly not easy to make. And between, as good as these are, there is one out here that probably just hits me just a fraction harder. Comfort level, bone work, skull, just a very tough-built hog that still looks like a modern-day show bear. Young man there in the maroon is going to be champion. Congratulations.
Your champion heavyweight division of the Dark Crosses comes from Class 36, Caden Mason, Montgomery County 4-H. Breeder of that animal is Brockman Farms. Coming now into the ring is Copper Ferris of Nazareth, FFA.
Like it normally does. It gets just a little closer and a little tighter out here for reserve. We got a loudmouth one here that gets just a little tight off of his rear too the longer the drive goes on. We've got another one there on the far side that maybe just doesn't quite come together as well as a couple of these others. A hip-loin junction doesn't quite blend, maybe tapers off there in his hip. And then we've got a pair of them, and I think he gets awfully close between. And between the two of them, obviously one of them has just a little bit more stuff about him, maybe wants to knuckle just a fraction off of his rear toes. But from that point forward, he's an absolute man-child. I like him next best. He's going to be a reserve. Congratulations.
Your reserve comes from Class 37, Cole Phillips, Smith County 4-H. Breeder of that animal was Brockman Farms. At this time, we will now move into our Dark Cross Breed Drive. If we can have our champions of both the light and heavies, please make your way to the holding pens. Just a reminder, at the conclusion of the announcement of our Dark Cross champion and reserve champion, we will be taking a 20-minute break before we get ready for the grand drive. Your lightweight champion is Briley Byers, Hale County 4-H. Your champion heavyweight is Caden Mason, Montgomery County 4-H.
Whether you felt that you should have won or you were exactly okay with where you placed, surely we can all agree that we've got two outstanding animals to represent this Dark Cross division, and we've got two even better showmen that are representing them. Let's give these two individuals a big round of applause. They came out of an absolute hornet's nest, and I couldn't be more pleased with the two that we have to represent each of their weight divisions, and I think that they fit their weight. I think that the lightweight looks young and youthful and is just drop-dead gorgeous, and I guess the way that I see this pair is we've got one that's beautiful, and then we've got one that's Beauty and the Beast, and the Beauty and the Beast is going to be our champion. Congratulations to the young man. Very nice pig.
Your champion Dark Cross comes out of the heavyweight division, Caden Mason, Montgomery County 4-H, bred by Brockman Farms. Entering the ring is Cole Phillips, Smith County 4-H.
Drop this monster out in the reserve hole, and obviously I don't know if we can make one any more extreme and exotic than what he is. Bring some really far-reaching, heavy-hitting pieces to the table. Let's just call it like it is. Is he sound enough? Does he relax his ankle good enough to go and be called comfortable and loose? I think that's the question that's going through my mind. And then we've got this lightweight that is just so attractive and so flawless in his skeleton. Is he burly enough? Is he manly enough to go ahead and be a heavy hitter? For me, he is. You're going to be our reserve. Congratulations.
Your reserve champion, Dark Cross, comes from the lightweight division, Briley Byers, Hale County 4-H, bred by Byers Farms. At this time, we will take a 20-minute break to prepare for the grand drive. Everybody, please return at that time. Just a precautionary announcement for all of our exhibitors in the Grand Drive. Your animals will be weighed back as they enter the show ring. The results from Class 38. First place, Tate Popham, Floresville FFA. Their breeder was the Stud. Second place, Kenley Harrington from Eastland FFA, bred by Young Livestock. Third place, Kaylin Poe. Grady FFA, their animal was bred by the stud. Fourth place, Kate Smith of Meadow FFA, their animal was bred by Brockman Farms. Fifth place, Sophie Nelson of Kendall County 4-H, bred by Lackey Livestock. Sixth place, Cutter Bishop, Shallow Water FFA, bred by Brockman Farms. Seventh place, Kai Harrington, Eastland FFA, their animal was bred by Young Livestock. Eighth place, Carmen Miller of Winters FFA, their animal was bred by Underdog Genetics. Ninth place, Kevin Clift of Groover FFA, bred by Bowman Livestock. 10th place, Maddox Fleming of Ira FFA, bred by Fleming, Maddox, and Knox. Can we please have a representative of the champion and reserve champion Dark Crosses please bring their bios to the announcer table? All right, exhibitors. If we can have our champion and reserve breeds start making their way to the show ring, we will get this party started. Champion and reserve champion breeds, please bring your animals to the ring. Well, good afternoon, Rodeo Austin. We are about to get started. At this time, I'd just like to take a moment and give some thanks to several individuals. One, I mentioned a list of names of our Rodeo Austin Swine Committee that has made this possible. They provided the shavings, the pins, they work around the clock, they volunteer their time to make this event possible. So if we could give the Rodeo Austin Swine Committee a round of applause, let's do that at this time. The next group of individuals I'd like to give applause to are a lot of these young individuals that you see out here in the gray t-shirts, and they're all WT students, West Texas A&M University students. They came in during their spring break. They helped you unload your trailers. They set up this show ring. They've been opening and closing gates for you and helping us as the committee get anything we need. And so if we could, let's give them a round of applause for all of their time and efforts. I'm going to now hand the microphone to Dr. Lance Keith, who would like to say something special.
Come with me. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Lance Keith. I'm the department head and associate dean at agriculture at West Texas A&M. Thank you for the opportunity to come and work the show. I am making a special acknowledgement on behalf of Rodeo Austin. Stanley Young, come out here. You guys, I don't know if you know Stanley Young. If you've shown pigs for any time at all, you know Mr. Young. He's been involved with pig showing since he was a youth in Swisher County back in 19-something. We won't talk about ages, but Stanley went on to be a county extension agent in Lynn County and Lubbock County, where he worked proficiently in the swine showing industry as a county extension agent with 4-H kids, things along that. He's also been with the Texas pork producers for many, many years. He was also a breeder of swine. Back in the day, they were one of those farms that were producing those champion Barrows. This is going to be Stanley's last official major show in Texas. He was honored in Houston last week for all his work that he's done. I can't say enough. Stanley was my trainer agent when I was a county agent and one of my mentors. So on behalf of Rodeo Austin and the pig showing community of Texas, let's give Stanley Young a round of applause. Thank you, Stanley.
Stanley Young, thank you for your time, service, and diligence. If you'll see, look over down here in this left-hand corner, we have a couple of dignitaries that are going to be helping pass out the awards on behalf of Rodeo Austin, of your grand champion, reserve grand champion. If you gentlemen would step forward when I call your name. Kerry Wiggins. Mr. Wiggins was past president in 07 and serves on the executive committee. Mr. Gilbert Terrietta, past president in 2009. He also serves on the executive committee. And last but not least, Eddie Ledesma, past president of 2017. They all serve on the executive committee. They make the hard choices. Let's give them a round of applause for being here representing Rodeo Austin on our behalf. Now, if we could, we just have one more person to thank. We have several people to thank, but one I want to congratulate is Mr. Jeremy Cantrell for coming out, helping up with our swine show, him and his beautiful wife, Kelsey, and taking the time out of their schedule, leaving their kids home to come and help serve judge here at Rodeo Austin Swine Show. And so let's give Mr. Cantrell and his wife a round of applause for their time. Okay. At this time, exhibitors, get your animals ready. We will start off with the reserve breed champions. From the reserve Duroc comes from Dylan Kishnick of Dime Box, Texas. He is a member of the Dime Box FFA. His future plans is that he plans to attend a trade school. His favorite hobbies include hunting, fishing, playing basketball, showing pigs and lambs, and spending time with his family and friends. Mr. Kishnick was able to get a buckle for his reserve champion, and that was donated by RW Genetics. Your reserve dark OPB is shown by Huey Black of Canyon, Texas. Huey is a member of the Randall County 4-H, wants to attend West Texas A&M in their ag program, loves showing, and loves to play golf. His reserve champion buckle is sponsored by Rams Livestock. Let's give Huey another round of applause. Your reserve white OPB is Leighton Phillips of Abilene, Texas. Leighton is a member of the Abilene Wiley FFA, plans to attend Texas A&M, become a vet, and raise show pigs. Her favorite hobbies include showing pigs, playing volleyball, and riding horses. Her reserve champion buckle was donated by Alderson Farms. Thank you, Leighton. Your reserve Hampshire is shown by Trey Canales of Odom, Texas. Trey is a member of the Odom FFA, plans to attend Texas A&M and become a vet. His favorite hobbies include hunting, playing football, baseball, and chess. His buckle was donated by LSG Show Pigs. Your reserve York is shown by, excuse me, hard to read the handwriting, okay. Your reserve champion, York, is shown by Addison Shook of Seminole, Texas. Addison is a member of the Seminole FFA, plans to attend Texas Tech and major in animal science. Addison's favorite hobby includes showing livestock. Their buckle was sponsored by Rounceval Show Pigs. Your reserve champion light cross is shown by Ashlyn Pugh of Ackerley, Texas. She is a member of Grady FFA, plans to attend Texas A&M and study medicine to become a pediatric pain management specialist. Her favorite hobby includes showing pigs, going to the lake, and cheerleading. Their sponsor buckle was sponsored by the Red Raider Genetics. And your reserve champion dark cross is shown by Briley Byers of Abernathy, Texas. Briley is a member of Hale County 4-H, plans to go to Texas Tech University and major in food sciences and judge meats. Her favorite hobby is baking, being with friends and family, meat judging, and raising pigs. Her buckle is sponsored by Wintex Farms. Let's give all of these reserve champions a round of applause. As we move into our breed champions, our champion Duroc is shown by Taylin Toch of Harper, Texas. Taylin is a member of the Gillespie County 4-H, plans to attend Texas Tech University and study architecture. Her favorite hobbies include softball, volleyball, and showing livestock. Their buckle is sponsored by Harkey Farms. Your champion OPB, dark OPB, is Brock Basir of Lubbock County 4-H. He plans to become a Texas Tech Red Raider, and his favorite hobby is showing. His buckle sponsor are Huseman Hogs. Your champion white OPB is shown by Addison Horton of Farmersville, Texas. Addison is a member of the Farmersville FFA, plans to go to Texas Tech University, and loves spending time with friends and family, as well as working with her animals. Their buckle sponsor was Chad Hill Durox. Your champion hamp is shown by Connor Pence of Moretta, Texas. Connor is a member of the Very Best FFA, plans to attend Texas A&M in this fall of 2022, majoring in animal science. His favorite hobbies include livestock judging and wool judging. The hamp buckle was sponsored by LSG Show Pigs. Your champion York is being shown by Grayson Ellis of Wink, Texas. Grayson is a member of the Wink FFA, plans to become a vet or an ag teacher. His favorite hobbies include football, golf, and stock showing. Your champion York buckle is sponsored by DL Show Pigs. Your champion light cross is shown by Heaton Woodson, also known as Peach Fuzz. His hometown is Conroe, Texas, and is a member of the Montgomery County 4-H. His future plans is to college rodeo. His favorite hobbies are showing pigs, team roping, hanging out with his friends at stock shows. His championship buckle was sponsored by Stanley Young. And your champion dark cross is shown by Caden Mason of Montgomery County 4-H. Caden plans to attend Texas A&M and be a part of the livestock judging program. His favorite hobbies include showing livestock, watching football. Their champion buckle was sponsored by Wintex Farms. Let's give all of these exhibitors a round of applause.
We can park them, guys. I'll be quick. I know we have a lot left to do, and I'm sure you folks have been about fared out. You guys in Texas have a long run of this, and so I think this is the last one, and man, what a way to wrap it up. My goodness, this has been an incredible event. And folks, if you've never put on a show of this size and of this magnitude, you may not understand. But the hours, the volunteerism that goes into a show like this, and just the people that it takes, is daunting. And so if you would, for all of the ring help that's been here in the back, and all the folks that sat there and opened the gates and closed the gates, thank you guys so much from me, because that is what makes my job easier. It allows me to stay focused, and you guys have been absolutely amazing. For the folks that's here in the back, let's give all of these volunteers and the folks that's responsible for this show a big round of applause. Thank you. We just wrapped up our OYE in Oklahoma, and one of the most memorable phrases that I remember from the judges that gave their grand drive speeches is, whether you win or whether you lost does not determine, it does not dictate who you are or who you're going to become. And man, that really hit home for me, because I'm one of the most competitive guys you'll ever meet. And I think that competitiveness has allowed me at times to lose focus and to lose sight of what really matters here. And man, I just want to tell you, just from personal, don't do what I did. Keep focused on what really matters, and that's the kids. And if we keep the kids in focus, man, this thing will stay around forever. The second that we lose sight of that, man, things go astray really, really quick. So I'm so thankful that you guys have done that, because everyone that's been here, everyone that's helped me out, they're here for one reason, and that's to make this a kid event, to give them opportunities that are going to take them further in life and allow them to be productive members of society. So again, thank you guys for this opportunity. We can fire them back up. I think there's a champion out here that is awfully special. You guys have heard me talk them. I'm not going to spend any more time talking them, but I hope if you've described these hogs the way that I have, if you can agree with that, if you can agree with what I see, but not necessarily agree with the placing, man, we can walk away and say, you know, that's just the way it was. It wasn't my day. Because I hope you've been able to follow me, not necessarily agree. I've tried to stay focused. I've tried to keep my head down and just judge the pigs. I think you all can agree that I've done that 1 through 10 every time that these hogs have come through the gate. I've stayed convicted on what I believe in. I think these are hogs that are timeless. I think that these are hogs that you don't have to make excuses for. Well, he's a little tired. He's a little gassed. He's a little overfed. Man, these are no excuses kind of hogs that still have extra bells and whistles. They have extra style and balance. They look like modern-day show hogs that still have gas in their tank, that still have width, muscle, and power. These are simply the hogs that I truly believe in, and between them all, there is one that's an absolute monster. Guys, one last time, let's give all these kids that came through this ring a big round of applause. I'll go get you a champion.
Your Rodeo Austin Grand Champion goes to Caden Mason, Montgomery County 4-H. That animal was bred by Brockman Farms. Entering the ring is Briley Byers of Hale County 4-H with her reserve champion, Dark Cross.
I thought my champion was one of those that was just a special pig. I think that he's going to be around for a long time if we can figure out a way to mass produce his style, his bone, his ruggedness, his skeleton, and then stack on those extras with it. Man, we could retire making pigs like that. Unfortunately, that's not just the easiest thing to do. Today is a very rare occasion for me. I actually got to take my wife with me to a pig show. She doesn't get to go very often. We've got 4 kids at home with a livestock business, and then obviously all the chaos of what kids bring to us. So, man, thank you so much for coming with me. And I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for her. I wouldn't be who I am. I wouldn't have had the opportunities that I've had over the last 15 years. Guys, I've been to, I think, over 20 states now, and there's been years that I think we counted it up, over 8,000 miles spent driving down the road. Guys, that takes time. That's time away from my wife. That's time away from my family. That's time away from my pig business. And guess who gets to carry that load when I'm here? Her. Okay, so she's the real hero. She's the reason that I'm here. So I'm so thankful to have her by my side, and I'm so thankful for the opportunities that I've been given because of the sacrifices that her and my family have made to bring me here. So as we get into our reserve, I think it's just so close. I wish we could do a top 5. I wish we could do a bronze medallion, and I don't think that we're doing that because they're that good and it's that tight. There is one that I just feel so convicted on. I've preached feet and legs, I've preached balance, I've preached build over and over. You guys are sick of hearing it. I sound like a broken record. So if I do that, if I find the one that's just the absolute most flawless in his build, the most flawless in his design, there is one that comes to the forefront, and it's yours. Congratulations.
Your reserve champion is the Reserve Dark Cross, Briley Byers, Hale County 4-H. That animal was bred by Byers Farms. Congratulations, all exhibitors. Thank you, Rodeo Austin. Parents, sponsors, be safe going home, and God bless.